Why, hello and welcome on this fine Friday afternoon. It is I, your friendly neighborhood dino, ready for more Lego builds. I hope you guys are having a good day. Hopefully, you're ready for the weekend. I am excited. We have two, not four, two Lego sets to build today. We're not going to finish both of them. I'm going to finish the other one next week because it's bigger. But without further ado, we're building. It's upside down. There. We're building this one. This is the only Starship collection that I don't have. The Ventra class attack cruiser. You know, it very much reminds me of a different kind of ship. Or accurate size. There's it in film. I remember this one was above Coruscant during the third movie. Now, I have a feeling that this ship was modified when the Empire took over to look very much similar to our display for the day. I wanted to do that because I think it looks cool on camera. It's like just slowly comes into view. Da, 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 da. Yeah, so this is our Excelsior. There's she right there. And this is Darth Vader's flagship from the fourth and fifth movie. I'm still waiting for them to make this size ship for this. Like a starship size. Because it has a different look than this one. But, anyways. Also, there's the little thing that came with it. The 40th anniversary of Return of the Jedi. The more you know. But yeah. Without further ado, we shall get started. And move all of my stuff out of the way. It's currently in the way. Tub. You guys know this procedure by now. We got tubs. We got ramekins. I got a potentially dangerous bladed implement that I'd never show on camera. That way Twitch doesn't go, "What the hell you holding, you scumbag?" It's also shiny, so that's the other reason I don't show it on camera. I am hoping for more Starship sets. I really like those. I'll show the other set that I'm going to build later on. When they started their conversion into paper. Yeah, I'm definitely sure we're not finishing this today. That's why I went ahead and decided to do two. And I was going to finish the other next week. So we may got 5 bags. I kind of sort of put them in order. They decided to be unique and gave us a blue, or I guess teal, colored price. Okay. I almost forgot. Usually they got a little disposition or something at the beginning. So, here what we got. Ventra class attack cruiser. The workhorse of the Republic fleet. Debuting in Revenge of the Sith, the Ventra class attack ship became a reoccurring presence in the Clone Wars and Star Wars Clone Wars and beyond as one of the most legendary starships of the Galactic Republic. It's also an indication of an interesting model of reoccurring Star Wars visions. Following our Ultimate Collector series, we kept revising new ideas for this giant. Now it's joining our Starship collection as authentically detailed versions scaled to your shelf or desk. There you go. There's a whole bunch of them. Almost looks like a carpet. Excuse me, your music is a bit of a dull roar. Could we get it a little quieter, please? All right. The origin of Imperial Might. The Ventra class attack cruiser, originally built by Cot Drive Yards as a Jedi cruiser, was a powerhouse of the Republic Navy engineering, measuring. Shit. I'm going with feet. Well, 1,137 meters, 3,733.3 feet long, measuring 548 meters, 1,797.9 feet wide, and 268 meters, 879.2 feet high, could support 7,400 crew, 2,000 troops, and store 7,000 metric tons, 7,716.1 US tons of cargo, with 2 years worth of provisions. Holy shit. Designed for versatility, it featured dual bridges, starboard for command, and port for starfighter operations. With a capacity of 400 starfighters, the Ventra class served as both battleship and carrier. Clever idea. Massive scale and hybrid capabilities made it essential for large-scale operation. After the Republic fell, it was repurposed into the Imperial fleet. Its legacy echoed in the design of the future Imperial-class Star Destroyer. The more you know. I'm not going to read all the other stuff, though. You can go ahead and pause the video on YouTube when I go to post it later. Alright, we are starting. I was doing some work the other day and my wrist hurts. That is not a perverted joke. I was trying to dump dirt into a trash can, and I think I pulled a muscle in my wrist. Teal. The device that I hope to never have to use, but I end up having to use most of the time because I am in too much of a hurry most of the time. Smart for extras. feel like I'm starting to dial this in. Like, I feel like I'm getting good at setting things up. And then I get a big set that throws a monkey wrench into my whole plan. Doesn't help that I like to sit on my legs while I'm doing stuff. I'm currently folded up like a pretzel on a kitchen table chair. I'm a very interesting individual. I'm not usually comfortable unless I'm uncomfortable, if that makes sense. All right. Let's get the party started. It's time to work. Okay. Not that one. Also, we have a very large set on the horizon. I was going to build it, but then I decided not to because I want to build it in one fell swoop. It is not a Lego set. I will say that much. Maybe when I'm done with this set, I'll give a brief hint because I believe I've talked about what I was building on stream before. I heard they announced some new ones that are coming out. I don't know if I'm gonna get them or not, but they have a mushroom. I think he called it wood mushrooms. So that was kind of interesting. I wonder if they're gonna have oyster mushrooms. Tried oyster mushrooms before, they were interesting. I think I have to be in the mood for them though. Also, there is one Jurassic set. Oh, I want to get some of the older Jurassics as well. But there is one new Jurassic set coming out that I want to buy. Keep an eye out for that. What can I say? I like to collect the little minifigs. Yeah, so I guess that kind of gives away the one that I want to get. Yeah, the one I want to get is the new Mosasaur that's coming out. I heard rumors of it, and I don't want to get my hopes up. But somebody has speculated that they're going to come out with a set next year that is the Spinosaur minifig done in the colors from Jurassic Park 3. Now, I'm not holding my breath on that one, but I'm hopeful. I don't know. Just something about the little minifig is kind of cool. Oh, shit. Almost put that in the wrong spot. Sorry, for whatever reason that looked weird. I'm not gonna lie to you, it still looks weird, but I'm not gonna ask questions about it. Wow, that's very interesting. 1 second. Let me just address that with my full attention. Fuck off and be gone from my chat. Stop trying to sell shit here. That don't happen. No, sir. Oh. I also almost forgot. Oh, it's gone, so I can't do it. Never mind. Oh, shit. No, I turned my music off. 1 second while I fix it. Okay, there we go. Okay, I need to not be so overzealous. Now, back to it. Made me think about something just now. Does the starship have a deck, per se? So, would the deck be above or below deck? Question for somebody that is more intelligent than I. Oh, I think I see where this is. I think this is the spine of the ship, and I think this is the very end where all the thrusters are. At least that would be my best guess. And very clever. They're using spots with holes in them because then it makes it a little lighter, I bet. Very clever. But yeah, that's my hopefuls for future sets. Is I'm hoping for just a regular Star Destroyer. They haven't had one yet in this size. We're getting a little bit funky, I see. Oh, I also probably put it in the wrong spot. Okay. Yeah, it would probably help if I didn't do that, actually. Want it to look a little like that. Yeah, it looks about even to me. As usual, the kinds of pieces that I cannot seem to find for what. Oh, there we go. The other reason that I'm pretty sure this is the back of the ship is because I see some spots that kind of look like thrusters. I guess it would be like main engines or something like turbines, maybe. That was nice. It was in the same bag. This might be the spot that leads up to the bridge. Or one of the bridges, considering it said there's two of them. Yep, there it is. Over there. Good news is, really doesn't matter which way it goes on, so. There. Okay, let's see. We want the bigger spot there. I figure a bigger spot closer to the end, closer to the center of the ship, because then you get more structure. At least that's how I read things. You need some spots. Kind of look like barrels. Kind of looks like some weird antenna. Okay, that kind of looks like a thruster. Woo! Almost went flying off the table. And I think these ones we want pretty close to the edge of the ship. Something like that. Yeah, we only need one. Okay, let's see what this has to say. Republic officer briefs a clone trooper on an upcoming mission. Huh. I wonder if the Clone War warriors were a better shot. I remember that meme going around. That stormtroopers couldn't shoot anything. Perfect. Looking a little something like that. Definitely a very interesting look so far. Very nice support. So it looks like you're building the middle of it, and then you'll attach all the spot and quadrants, maybe. At least that's how I'm reading the situation. Definitely a unique build. I notice when it comes to these long pieces, it starts bending towards the middle, like it does that. I wonder if they're going to alleviate that somehow. And that's about right. Ooh, some lovely maroon. I like the shade of red. Although, since the other one was designed to be a successor to this one, I wonder if there's any possibility that one of these cruisers could take down a regular Star Destroyer. I guess ultimately it's probably whoever's commanding it, but... building Legos. Specifically, this one. This is the Ventura class Star cruiser, attack cruiser. Words, please. From Star Wars. I've been going for like a half an hour or so. This is specifically the kind of ship that was in Star Wars Clone Wars and Star Wars Revenge of the Sith, if I remember correctly. Later changed into the Star Destroyers. It's pretty cool. I guess I wouldn't be building it if I didn't think it was cool, though. Oh, so this is the underside. These Star Wars sets are always such interesting builds. I stream on a normal week, Monday through Friday, from about 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. Yeah, so about 3 hours or so. Sometimes more, sometimes less, depending on what I'm doing. I'm probably going to try and be as right on the money today as I can. Not necessarily that I have anything to do, but I want to kind of try and split this build, well, not this build, but the other build in two. Finish some, do some of it today, but finish it next week. I'm not going to show that one yet. Just know it's bigger than this one. For reference, this one's about 700 pieces. That one is, I think, 1,800. I knew that was going to happen. The bag decided it didn't want to open all the way. Okay. Next. Set this over here for right now. I might end up buying another Lego set because so next week, well, this week and next week, streams are normal. But I started, I believe I just had my 4th year anniversary, 3rd or 4th. I just remember it started on April 1st. Yes. So I've been at it for a little bit. Thank you, much appreciated. Wait, I think I'm about picking up another Lego set, because not this week, but next week. No, not next week. The following week, I have visitors coming in from out of town again. Different visitors this time. And I'm going to be otherwise unable to stream for a super long time on that Friday, so I'm going to be starting stream early. I have some V cards to open because I saved one of the boxes because I got 4 because I have no impulse controls. And I like to buy shiny things. So I figure we'll open that, maybe build a small Lego set. And we could just have ourselves a good old time. Shit. I proceeded to drop my Lego set on the ground. I mean, on the table. Ooh, we have another little caption thing. It's such a small thing, but I think that's one of my favorite little things in these Starship sets. I'll get to it in a second. Yellow, red. Oh, is this their ship? Yep. Oh, later. Have a good one. All right. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Here. All right. So, Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi signature red and yellow ETA-2 Jedi Interceptors are armed and ready to deploy in epic Clone War battles. So this is their representation. This is the second representation, because this was the first. Although why the people are larger than the ships are beyond me. I'm hoping they released an Ultimate Collector series for the Y-Wing at some point. That's one of my favorite ships. They had one before, but now it's really expensive. Let me check something real quick. Yeah, so the Ultimate Collector series of the Y-Wing is like, was originally like $200 or so. It's going for over $700 now. So yeah, that's expensive. Hopefully they release a new one. Piece kind of looks like a chevron. Cool effect. And it makes me wonder, is this going to be the top of the ship or the bottom? I think this is going to be the bottom. No, this might be the top. Something about it gives very upper ship look. Oops. Call it a hunch. Need this going this way. Hopeful that the the radio isn't off. It's kind of moving. I don't know why, but I feel like it'd be easier if they just put the pieces that have an attachment on both sides. I mean, I'm not an expert or anything. Yeah, very perplexing, I suppose. Try not to launch pieces all over the table. I don't think that one matters too much. Whatever reason, I knew that was going to be a problem. The piece got turned, so it didn't want to set right. So we got the first part of the bridge. I find that interesting. We're building the bridge first. Well, second bag. Well, one bridge. I don't know if we're building the other one. That one will be to be seen. And the bridge goes on top. I remember watching, well, when I used to play Halo a lot, they were talking about how the Covenant were so good at taking out humans' ships because humans had the cockpit on the outside of the ship. Whereas Covenant had theirs inside the ship. So they could continue fighting for longer. Okay, we got one dual bridge. The hookups for this one is very interesting. Oh, I gotcha. The reason for this weird hiccup is it gives the nose a slant. Yeah, so it ends in this, like, going down. That one doesn't have to worry about that problem because because this top's flat more. And there you have it, the nose. Doesn't exactly plug into the very front there, but there you go. Not exactly a fan of how easy that moves, though. Watch. Oh. I can. Oh, there it goes. Oop. Yeah, so don't grab it there. Hopefully they add something that makes that a little bit more sturdy at some point. But I doubt it, though. Number 3. I think this only has 4, so maybe 1 for each side, or 1 bag for each side. Oh. Or maybe it'll be top side, bottom side. And we got our pad pressed piece. More than one in there? Yes. Hey, Ostro, how are you today? We are building the Ventra class attack ship. This is what we got so far. Although I question its integrity. So don't push it there. Nice. I hope you had a fantastic stream. What were you doing? We were building the predecessor of this bad boy. Da da dun dun da 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 dun. The Excelsior, Vader's flagship. Huh. Never played that one, I don't think. But yeah, this is the predecessor to the Star Destroyer. And it was from Clone Wars and Revenge of the Sith. I want to say a small version may have showed up in words, please. Mandalorian and in the Mandalorian show. Because I think Gideon was using one. Can't verify though. It didn't have the red colors. I remember that much. I've not played that game actually. So maybe? My wrist is acting up today. So it kind of hurts to twist. In case you're wondering why I'm keeping my arm pretty flat. What is this piece? I have a tendency to sit like a folded up pretzel, so in case you're wondering why I muted just then. Usually they throw the angled pieces into different bags, but I guess they didn't do that this time. I am not seeing it. Okay. Unless I was correct and they're building the top half and then the bottom half. Oh, didn't need to. Bingo. Who knows? Maybe I'll add that to the list of games that I gotta play. I guess that's the benefit of not playing too many games. Is I have a nice, impressive library that I can play on stream. I have a very interesting mentality of if it's a game that I like, I'm obsessed with it. If it's a game that I not necessarily don't like, but have never played, I couldn't care less about it. Couldn't care less about it until I do, in which case I do. You want a pretty good example of this? Oh, nice. A pretty good example of this is when I was growing up, I had an Xbox. The original one. Would you care to guess what game I played? Oh, that'd be the obvious answer, unfortunately. No, I played Turok Evolved. Yeah, I didn't play any of the Halo games until I was an adult. After I'd gotten rid of the original Xbox and switched over to the 360. A pretty good example of timeline is I started playing Halo games when they announced Halo Reach. Controversial opinion. I actually kind of liked Halo ODST. That was the first one that I played. That's awesome. I find that a bit funny, by the way, because Halo was owned by Bungie. Had exclusive rights to only release on Xbox consoles. And then Bungie goes and does its own thing. Oh, I keep getting ahead too far. Goes and does its own thing, makes frickin' words please. Destiny, which ends up getting bought out by or at least partially owned by Sony. And now Halo's coming back to a console that Bungie's on. My, how the turntables. It does make me wonder, would Xbox ever consider selling Halo back to Bungie? Would Bungie even want it? I remember playing Destiny. It was kind of interesting. They had a subtle nod to John in that game. I don't know if it's still in there because I know that they've changed the game over time, but if you go to one of the arrays on Earth and you interact with this pod, it's all like, oh, it's a ancient warrior waiting for the right time to wake up or something like that. The only reason I remember it is me and my buddies went looking for it. Yep, it's John cryogenically frozen inside of one of the arrays. I am excited when it comes out, the new Jurassic Park horror game. Survival. Plus, I just got a whole lot of old other games that I haven't played yet. My backlog is a little large. I'm unbothered by committing to it, but a reference of some of the games that I have on standby. I have an All-Stars pack of Mario 3D games. I'm certainly interested. But here's the thing. As heretical and shocking as it might be for me to say, I've never played the story mode of GTA 5. So realistically, the only thing that I'd probably be excited for a Halo 6 would be a return to online. I mean, my goofy ass bought Red Dead Redemption because I thought it was just going to be GTA 5 online, but with cowboys instead, and I was disappointed and didn't finish it. Yeah, I'm a very weird individual. That probably explains the silly Roomba-like character on the screen right now. Mm-hmm. Ultimately, the reason that I stopped playing GTA Online with my buddies is it got so dang laggy I couldn't play anything anymore. Because they never stabilized anything. Like, they released a bunch of patches and they never fixed anything. And then they kept making it to where in order to get the most amount of money, you had to play on public servers. That is only one attach point. Okay, looks like we're constructing the upper. So that's what it looks like from underneath. Although, ironically enough, with me not having played either Red Dead Redemption's story mode or GTA story mode, I have more games that I can play on stream. I think the only part of the story mode that I played was enough so that I could play online. Because I think you had to play it a little bit. Although, if I could find it again, and I could find all of them, I wouldn't mind playing through all of the Turok games. I thought that might be fun. Which I think could be a pretty fun endeavor. Oh, I guess I also kind of want to try that game where you play as the dino. This is like the Isle, I think. I haven't gotten around to it yet. I am kind of lazy. Plus, I heard that is a game better if you have other people to play with. But that will come later. So I think this is the top side. So it looks like we build one side, and then we build the other. I'm going to try and do my damnedest to not have to use the pry tool. I used it earlier to get a piece on, but I didn't use it to get it off. So I'm going to try and not use it today. Good news, that was easy to remove, but I didn't have to use the pry tool. As I proceed to make a mistake immediately. And then we get this. Another pad press piece. I wonder if this ship is armored all around or just on the top. I wonder if it's a viable strategy to approach from beneath. It looks like we got some cannons of some kind. Either that or they're loots for barrels. I think that's right. Yeah, no, that's right. Okay. Yeah, it's looking nice so far. Oh. I think I only got one more bag. Might be two. Problem with sitting on one's foot while building things means that your foot gets very tired very quickly. Looks like some heavily armored stuff. I think it's this section right here that gives me the illusion that this is a heavy armored ship. Has some pretty substantial engines. Ooh. Remember, we're not using the pry tool to remove something, so we're doing good so far. Oh, I see. I was like, where's that go? Yep. Then we got tiny turrets. The cannons on the top. Kind of look like giant staplers. Giant staples. You ain't rotating them, but they do look cool. I didn't hear the click, so I'm nervous about it. Okay. That's what we're looking at. 1/2. Then we got just that little tiny rubber spot right there that holds them together. Okay, so those weren't engines. I thought they were thrusters. Huh. Bag number 4. Yep, and we got one more bag after this. And then we move on to the other set we're building. Which we're probably not going to get more than like a bag or 2 into. I'm going to try for 2, but we'll see. Happen to have a good fortune. It's right on the edge. Yeah, so this is the lower half of the building right now. Do it. I wonder why the filler is this blue-green color. From my understanding, I thought the clear colors were kind of expensive to make. I knew there was one in there. Nope. Picked up the wrong tape. Oops. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be bigger. I like that they changed up the construction for both sides. Because the other side, you built it all at once. This side, you did not. One of those. That was interesting. I didn't see storms on the horizon for today. I go outside and it's cloudy, like thick clouds. I just thought it was interesting. The reason I say that is feeling a little humid in here, and I'm not a fan. Glad I wasn't wrong about that. I already put that on. Wrong thing. Make sure don't roll away. Almost makes you wonder if there was a giant battle royale of all of the ships, which one would be the victor of all of the starship class. I think I locked it in. I did it. I popped the thing off. Thinking about that situation. So starship size, I have the Death Star version 2. I don't think that one would be very good against too many ships, because it primarily has one shot. I guess it has smaller ones for if you get closer, but... Oh, oops. I'm the wrong one. That's the pad pressed one. On that one in a minute. Thing gets suspiciously quiet for a second. Decided to put them in the same box this time. How very bold of them. That looks right. I think what's left is like embellishments and stuff after we get the this other side on. Although, I don't see a rubber piece this time. There it is. Found it. Looking very well so far. Figured it in there. Got some interesting pieces in here that I'm not sure what they're for. I'm not sure what this is going to be for. It's kind of an angle piece. Angled slope, perhaps. Got lots of very small pieces in here. Oops. Then I proceed to drop. Guess maybe this is a bigger turret. Let me be honest with you. The ones on the top don't look all that strong. At least Star Wars comparison. Nice funky psychedelic music. Probably not exactly, but yeah, flip it over. Yeah, this bag here had a little bit of extra stuff in it, I think. Ready to see what I'm supposed to do. Because of the reflection, I can't see the instructions that well. Yeah, I probably need to reorient my lights a little bit. Well, it does make me wonder what this is going to be used for, because this is a hinge. Maybe just because it doesn't take up that much room. I feel like just a regular 4x4, I mean 2x2 would be just as good. Arm the cannons! Say, get them out of here. I don't need you. I only need one. There you go. I'm trying to get it to let go, and it just kept rotating. I didn't hear it click, but it feels like it went on. That's what we're looking at. All right, so we're building some kind of weird technical babble. The design of this ship does not give a whole lot of space for putting pressure on things. So that's delightful. Come on, there goes. I don't know if you can see that. It's kind of hard to get the right angle on this. I guess we'll figure it out later, I suppose. Probably would help if I was using the right side. Huh. Cool. And then the final one for bag number 4. And that's what we're looking at the back. Yeah, and I think this kind of keeps it in line because you want the taper on the top, not the bottom, I think. Okay, so put some things away because we are on to bag number 5. Come on, Lego. But before we do that, I shall be right back Don't go nowhere. I shall return, and we will continue building in a short moment. Bye-bye. And we are back. And like I mentioned, we're gonna finish this one up and start the next one. Is no, for once, I might have timed this well. We'll see if it stays that way. Because I knew I wasn't gonna finish both of them. Because one's 1,000 piece and this one's almost 1,000. It's either this or I work on the one that is 3,000. Which I knew I wasn't gonna have time for. There's some pieces in there that didn't want to come out. Okay, so in this box no more. Throw it ever so gently. Oh. Apologies for earphone listeners. I wasn't expecting it to be that loud. Move some of my equipment out of the way. Now that I've finished my drink. Oh, I gotta build this twice. It probably would help if I read. So this one has knives and guns. I have no idea what this is. Kind of looks like a weird weapon locker. And now we have daggers. Or some other kind of weapon. I think that works. That is certainly a thing. Okay, I see how that works. Okay, that one I put on right. And there's the edge. Whoa. I'm hoping that adds to making this not flop over as I'm trying to move it. Okay, we got more engines. Turbines, thrusters. Other word that I can't think of right now. Make sure we got a nice bit of space. Kind of looks like we're constructing giant barrels. Almost forgot that. Surprisingly enough, getting that to line up was a chore. That one worked out a little bit better. Turbines. Jets. Things. There you go. Full power. And set it over there for now. Okay, now it looks like we're building the base. And make sure to miss anything. I have a habit of doing that. Sometimes they don't want to cooperate. I wonder why they added that. Is that just for aesthetic reasons? Break it up a little bit so it doesn't look all like the stand wasn't all just dark colors. A splash of color, one would say. Yeah, stands coming together. The one thing I've been curious about is I wonder how intricate stands should be. Hard to say. Okay. The attachment for this one's interesting. That's what set that over there. Probably one of the more unique attachments I've seen. And we are almost done, looks like. Or at the very least, very nearly. Then we got this one. Although it sucks that it didn't have an official name. Just a class. Not named after anybody or anything. And then grab this jibber jabber. Try not to drop any pieces off of it. Okay, so I guess that's to keep it from going too far down. Voila! Throw that over there. Move some stuff out of the way. So we have our Ventura class attack cruiser. Cannons and stuff all over the place. I kind of wish this looked more like a entryway. You can kind of see the holes there. Engines and stuff. And we have our comparison. Albeit this one would be a lot larger. Yep. If I remember correctly, Moff Gideon had one that looked like this, but it had these colors. So yeah, that is that ship. Right, and set it over there and make it look like it is not falling on the floor. Because we have another ship to build. Or at least partially built. We're not going to finish today. And grab it back. There's the spots for all of our extras. Set that ever so gently over there. All right. And we'll keep this out of the way for a second. So I bumped the mic like 5 times. Like I said, we're not getting far into this part of the build. Only like a bag or two. Because what we are building next is this hulking monstrosity. Mandalorian's in one. I like the regular in one, so that's why I ended up buying this one. Plus, I like the character, so let's have a look on what it looks like. I have to move the bike away so I can actually move it. There we go. Now move it a little closer. There we go. Kind of reminds me of the Y-Wing. It's just kind of like parted together and stuff. Images of it in the movie. There's ship itself. The camera is horribly out of focus because it decided it didn't want to cooperate. But that is what we are going to do now. Like I said, we're not going to do too much of it. Probably just a bag or two. Let me open this. Make sure I got everything. Part. Huh. We'll just set that over there for now. Got our instructions. I am very quickly running out of room. We'll just set that there. Bag 11, bag 10, bag 1. So we'll put in the bucket back over there. 8, 5, 14. I think that's going to be towards the maximum of it. 13. 12. A real small bag, actually. There's a 2. Three. 7. You stay there. 9. 16. I think 16 is probably going to be the most. 6. 15. And 4. Okay, so we have a grand total of 16 bags. Make sure that's 2. Oh, we got the placard. Yeah, I'll set that there. We got that. Don't know what that's for. Don't know how many pieces that's gonna be, but it's right there. Put industrial glue on this. Yeah. Yeah, it eventually irritated me, so I just decided to cut it instead. industrial grade paper. Not sure I'm a fan of the stickers, but they're there. So we got our ship. Instructions. All right. We got our little description here. Anything but a pile of junk. We're pretty sure we weren't the only Star Wars fan who let out a gasp of excitement when Palmato revealed the N1 starfighter to the Mandalorian in the book of Boba Fett. After all, our passion is to build and rebuild starships. And we couldn't wait to see what tricks the renowned Mos Eisley mechanical genius, part peddler, had up her sleeve to replace the notorious Razor Crest. Of course, we had to make a Lego Star Wars version, and it's ready now to leave the garage box. A large-scale build to display model joins our extensive Ultimate Collector series, guaranteed scutter-free and will fly under any radar. I'm really hoping they make the N1 again, because I really like that ship. When you build a pre-Empire class classic, when you build a starship that performs well, it doesn't have to be the expense at the expense of a beautiful exterior. The N1 starfighter is one of the most striking designs of Theda Palace Space Vessel Engineering Corp. That's a name. Its polished chrome nose, sculpted lines and curves, and custom-tuned twin ion engines are a classic example of Naboo tradition that fuses elegance and high performance. Originally commissioned by the Royal Naboo Security Force, the N1 is a sleek single seat with a bite, twin laser cannons, and photon torpedoes, backed by scorching speed and precision. The signature rat tail finish, word please, funnels serve as heat sinks for optimal engine cooling, which in turn helps reduce pollution. Is that a concern? Fastest ship in the Outer Rim. Decades after the original heyday with Skywalker at the helm, the iconic starship finds a new pilot after losing the Razor Crest. The Mandalorian Din Djarin is on the hunt for a worthy successor. First sets his eyes on the battered remains of the N1 in Patella Mott's garage. Although first impressions are not exactly favorable, from there, Mott's resourceful Jawa contractors scored your finest scrap in the desert. Desert world can offer, no questions asked. Oh, so you mean they strategically transported material to somewhere else? You don't say. And Motto's vision begins to take shape, outfitted with turbonic venture power accelerator, chronic density booster, and custom induction intake. The ship boasts blistering thrust, hypersonic capabilities without a docking ring, and snappy controls for maneuvering tuned for dogfights. This book is heavy. Probably doesn't help that my wrist hurts. More reading. My favorite. Okay. From the Lego Star Wars design team, our partners at Lucasfilm shares lots of reference images of the N1 from their archives. We had hundreds of pictures of a life-size version. Organic shapes of the starship had major design appeal, but recurring bulbous bottom of the N1 caught us by surprise. It was a real challenge. Same goes for the subtle angle of the wings. We didn't have any existing elements that allowed us to create the correct angle, so it took some creative experiments to get it right. The engines are full of little parts and tubes and bits. And by far the most intricate part of the model we had to capture while maintaining stability and build flow. One thing we're really excited about is the number of drum lance lacquered. Words, please. Elements we were able to add to the exterior. Shiny chromium look adds extra layer of authenticity to the model, as is seen in the series. Yellow marking hints at the original story, balancing a rugged edge look while sleek design overall. Such an interesting vehicle. We hope you will be proud to display. I did not think this was going to turn into story time, but here we are. I don't know why, but this one kind of... One of my favorite other ships of the franchise is the Y-Wing, and this one reminds me of it a lot. It's just like parted together with a bunch of random shit. Oh, here we go. I got some images. It kind of looks like concept art. Concept art is one of my favorite parts of watching some of the Netflix stuff. I mean, not Netflix. Disney Plus stuff, not Netflix. My head's in the clouds. Anyways. Like I said, we're probably only going to get maybe 1 or 2, maybe 3 bags. I'm not sure. We'll see what time it is when I'm done with the first bag. Yeah, there's a reason I stopped reading video games logs and stuff. I tried to do that for a while, and then my voice started hurting. Which is interesting, because I don't seem to have that problem when I'm just kind of talking. Maybe because I'm in a rush to make sure that I read off all the spots. I'm probably going to throw these boxes back in, just to make sure. Okay, and we got our separator. How are we with our music before I start? We are almost done, so I'll have to remember to swap soon. And again. I heard some people weren't too pleased with the lack of silver pieces, although I'm willing to bet that if there were more of them, they probably would be a lot more expensive. And like I said, I'm hoping that next year they have an actual in one, not the modified one, because it'd be kind of cool to display both of them. It's like, this is the before, this is the after. I haven't seen this piece in silver. Yeah, of course. All right, there we go. Now we got it in the right spot. Another one that I thought would be kind of cool to pick up would be Mandalorian's other ship, but then I realized that one's expensive now. Yeah, they jump in price when things goes out of production. Oh, so we're building the front. I guess that's a good thing with this having a somewhat organic look to it, is immediately tell what side you're working on. All right, we have ran out of that. Let me find something else to listen to. Okay. I've learned anything about these bags. If you got one angle on one side, you usually got it the other one in the other bag. Too big. Okay. Very interesting color of yellow. I guess not yellow, it gets stained. Never mind. And we got a bunch of silver. What was I gonna say? I know I'm not missing a piece. I'm pretty sure I'm just blind. Although I wonder if somebody, because I know that this uses a lot of gray pieces instead of silver. I wonder if anybody has went through and tried to make this entirely silver. Well, at least the front part of it. Hmm. Make sure we got that right. Yep. We got mustard. Not exactly, but kind of looks like it. We're working with 2 angled pieces. All right, bunch of silver. Yeah, we want this slightly over, I think. I think if I remember looking at the box image, it doesn't hang over. Oh, I guess we need 2 of those. Oops. Looking very shiny. Hey, looking very shiny, and we only just barely started. Standard gray, I see. think. Looks right to me, I suppose. It looks right to me, I guess. Telling you guys that right now, I am going to make a mistake at some point. Something that might help facilitate not doing that is if I had the wing in the right position. So yeah, that would probably help. Right. Okay. We are using our first sticker. Number 4. Looks good. I'm gonna assume this is probably higher up on the wing, maybe. Oops. I almost put a piece on without putting another one on. Getting too far ahead of myself. Should be upside down. I think that's right. Yeah, it looks right. I think. Only time will tell. I would need two of those. Huh? Like, where'd it go? Sure, picked it up. It looks about right, I want to say. I guess it doesn't matter, but okay, there we go. Interesting connection. Oh, maybe this was that one they were talking about. Having to utilize a interesting design. Couple extra little points of security. What am I looking for? Aha! Yeah, I don't think I can put it closer. And flip it over. I guess the patchiness of the silver kind of works out, since it is supposed to look like something that's been in a junkyard for years. Oh, she been in the scrapyard. The old phrase, old is gold. Okay. That and that. All right. I did it. Make sure I keep on screen. Oh, I guess I only needed one. Then twist it down and let you. Oh. Ah. I gotcha. So that means it stays in that position and doesn't move. That's awesome. I'm always very happy to see all the little design quirks they do for these. This one is going on this side here. One problem with having so many connect pieces is they don't want to. There. Okay. So we got an angle on the wing. Like I said, with this coming out this year, I am super hoping that they do a in-one classic next year. I feel like that's too high of an angle. Because it is. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's supposed to be in this spot. Guess that gives it a slight angle, I think. I guess allows you to bend it however you see fit. Okay. Bag number one. Bag number two. Open the bag. You know, I feel like a lot of these don't have that many pieces just as a way to make a bunch of bags. I guess this one only has one extra bag in it, so set that over there. Mm-hmm. Okay. Bag number 2. This one may have a lot less in it because we're not building the center part of it. Which is what we were doing in the first bag. And in this case, we're just building the wing. Yeah, so the way they're designing this is so it doesn't get repetitive. Almost did a goof up. Yeah, so what I'll do is when I'm done with this bag, I'll look at how big the next bag is and then make my decision. If it's a little tiny little bag, then I'll go ahead and continue. If it's not, then we will call it for the day. It might also depend on how long it takes us for this one. Although it is technically one that we already built. Yeah, that's about right. Okay. I remembered this time. 2, not 1. Oh, that might be the reason that they're not matching up also. This one's parted together, so maybe they didn't have that part on this side. That makes sense. They only gave me one of those in this one. Nice and sealed. Loving all of the crazy designs. Keeps you on your toes. Put that over there. Ooh, in there somewhere. Yeah, number 5. Oops, bumped the mic. I mean, the camera. I keep doing it. Getting over ahead of myself. Oh, there we go. That wasn't making sense at first. Okay. And now we have these ready to go. We got that. You can further lock these into place. Yeah, no, some spots are just inevitable that they're going to be basically just remade spots from the last set we built. Well, it's the last part we built. But most of them are new. Oh, wrong one. Throw it back. Oh. As I go, I appear to be missing something. No, I'm not missing something. I'm just looking at the wrong instructions. Mm. There we go. Same thing as last time, I'm thinking. Almost put that on the wrong side. Where'd my pry tool go? Right to me. Kind of looks like a giant flying wing once we get this attached. This goes there. Give it the appropriate angle. All right, now let's see. There are 16 bags, I think I said. $16 or $17. I'm not 100% sure. Well, this next bunch isn't part of the wing, so I'm tempted to say we call it there for today. Yeah, I think that's the call I'm going to make. Yeah, so that is what we are going to do. Yeah, so let me clean up the space a little bit. I'll show off the things we did make. We did finish. As we will be working on it next Friday. Stupid thing back in here. Signature. Alright, so we have completed part of the front of the N1. Let me just set this stuff in here. later. And we have finished the Ventro class attack cruiser. Make it look like it's traveling through space. But that is it for today. I'm gonna see who is on. Get more of the junk out of the way. Yeah, the other set ended up being a little bit longer than I was expecting, but we got a lot of it. Pretty good start, so. Okay, let me see who's on. Huh, none of my usual people are on today. Intriguing. I saw somebody on that I don't typically see on today. Ain't nobody building Legos today. Pinballed around. We'll see if I can raid into this person. Let me investigate. I cannot. Huh. I'm not having much luck finding anybody right now. I'm going to try this. Nope. Oh, there we go. Okay, we are going to raid out into Alien Mixture. I hope you all have a good rest of your day. I will catch you all Monday. And I hope you have a good weekend. I will see you all later. Take care, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.